హలో హలో ఓకే శ్యామ్ గారు వచ్చేయండి అయిపోయింది
ఇది కార్డ్స్ డైరెక్ట్. Am I audible? Hello.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. It is
Morning.
okay, sir.
Am I audible?
Pratik, sir.
Good.
Yeah,
Great.
audible, sir.
Fine.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for the support.
Okay, sir.
While going during the travel, I can manage. It's okay for me.
Yeah, you can
And one
continue,
request
sir,
to the
but
organizers.
Voice is breaking, sir.
Voice is breaking. Huh?
Yes.
It is okay. Now it is audible.
Yes, sir. It is audible.
Okay, I will manage. And
Right.
my request to the organizers, especially Dr. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, can I be given the first chance to talk so that other panelists can talk afterwards? Is it possible?
I will inform, sir.
Okay, please, because
Okay, sir.
I am traveling with the VIP. So
Okay.
if I complete first, then it
Okay, sir.
easy. Okay.
I will convey the message.
Okay, thank you. Now I mute.
Hello.
So I will be joining in the scheduled time, sir. Leaving now.
Raju sir. Connect అయ్యింది. సార్ ఇది ల్యాప్టాప్ నుంచి కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాం కదా, ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది.
మ్యూట్ చేయండి మేడం.
మ్యూట్ లోనే ఉంది సార్.
వాల్యూమ్ తగ్గించండి.
ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు ఈ సురేష్కి ఏమన్నా కోహోస్ట్ ఇస్తారా సార్? ఒకవేళ మ్యూట్ చేయాలన్నా డిస్టర్బెన్స్ వస్తున్నా చేస్తాడేమో.
నేను చేస్తానండి మేడం.
చేస్తారా? సరేలేండి.
వస్తుంది.
ఓకే.
బాలసుబ్రహ్మణ్యం సార్, గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్.
Sir, namaste. Sorry, some audio problem.
Welcome.
Some audio problem was there. That's what I was trying to contact our IT person.
Yeah.
Now it is clear, sir. Good morning.
It's clear, no, madam?
Sir,
Hello.
who is sir?
Anil. Anita Sri.
நெட்ல இருக்கு. இதுவும் கரெக்டா அவங்க
Hello, sir. I am audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
You are audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I am ready, sir.
Somasundaram sir, welcome. You are audible. You are very clear. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Somasundaram, sir.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I am traveling. Anyhow, I parked my vehicle on place and then I'll be attending.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You can keep traveling, sir. Actually, whenever your turn comes, no, during that time you can
Okay.
park your vehicle. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. No problem.
ఆ లింక్ పోస్ట్ చేయి, తొందర పోస్ట్ చేయండి.
We will commence our panel discussion shortly after 5 minutes. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Andy.
Welcome,
Good
madam.
afternoon.
I will
afternoon,
start
ma'am.
with another
Madam, good afternoon,
minutes.
madam.
Good afternoon, Balasubramani. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, madam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madhubab garu.
Madam. Balasubramanian sir, good afternoon.
Sir, namaste, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Pratik.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon, sir.
Pratik. Good afternoon, Pratik ji.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sudharani madam. How are you?
Fine, fine. Good afternoon, Vasanta.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Welcome to the program.
Balasubramanian sir, you are not seeing clearly. You are sitting opposite to the light, I think.
Yes, actually, we are making some renovation.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Screens and all they have removed actually.
Oh, now it is good, sir. Thank you. Right.
How is everything, Balasubramani?
Madam is going on, madam.
Yeah. Director ABD TNAU. Good afternoon, sir.
I think he's traveling.
Somasundaram.
He's traveling.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, madam. How are you?
Fine, fine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. Shanmugam from Kaveri Pakam, Ranipat district, Tamil Nadu.
How are you, Shanmugam ji?
Fine, madam. Fine, madam.
Okay.
Satish, good afternoon.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are going to start the panel discussion right now. Warm welcome and greetings from EEI Hyderabad team. It's our pleasure to organize this panel discussion on prospects of natural farming in the online mode. This time, this panel discussion is also live streamed in YouTube also. So one can join both through this WebEx and YouTube links. Keeping in view of the paramount importance given by the Government of India for natural farming, and also keeping in view of many ifs and buts in natural farming, there is an urgent need for promotion and consumption of the natural farming products due to mounting up cancer cases and other ailments. So in order to understand the perspectives of the natural farming from the side of the government, a nodal agency person, official from universities, from state departments and practitioners to know the perspectives of natural farming from all these peers, this panel is being organized. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. V. Sudharani Madam, Director of Extension PJTSAU, and all dignitaries who are attending this WebEx and YouTube. And I extend a warm welcome today for today's 4 esteemed panelists. Dr. Balasubramani from Manage, Dr. Somasundaram sir, Professor from TNAU Coimbatore, Sri Prakash, Assistant Director of Agriculture, and A. Pratik, who is a agripreneur and practitioner. Both are from Andhra Pradesh. I welcome officials from all our client states and union territories, SEP members, and teaching faculty and students. I'm happy to welcome different state department officials, scientists, and students who are participating from the states of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Odisha, Karnataka, Kerala, New Delhi, Chhattisgarh, and they belong to KVK, state departments, universities, CREDA, and ICR. And with this very brief introduction, I would request Dr. M. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, Director EEI, to say a few words about the EEI and also about this panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vasanta. Once again, good afternoon to all the participants. And I warmly welcome the esteemed Director of Extension as well as other panelists and staff, students, and the nominated officials from our different client states and client departments. Thank you for this overwhelming response. And in fact, keeping in view of the order of the day, the importance given by various stakeholders from top to bottom on natural farming. As per the call given by the Government of India and the nodal agency for implementation of for conducting the training programs on natural farming manage. So we could able to take the mantle of conducting trainings in different forms. On campus already we conducted one training program on natural farming from 24th to 27th May of this year. Online we have conducted another one from 19th to 22nd April. Off campus we have conducted two programs, of course, based on their convenience we conducted online, those two also. One is in the month of May for the officials of Department of Agriculture, Tamil Nadu. And we have planned one program in the month of July for the officials of Odisha. In continuation to that, we have also planned this online panel discussion on prospects of natural farming. And we expect a good deliberations in this program. There were many ifs and buts, and this is the platform we have created to surface all those doubts, if there anything, so that we may get as much clarity as possible. With this, once again, on behalf of our Extension Education Institute, and this program is also being jointly organized by Society of Extension Professionals, Professor Jayashankar Telangana Agriculture University, and there is a good response from the SEP members also. I am also thankful for all the SEP members. For every program, whatever we conduct from the pedestals of the SEP, there is a good response. So this we are going to take forward this kind of spirit in future also. Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. V. Sudharani Madam, Director of Extension, PJTSAU, Hyderabad, to give introductory remarks.
A very good afternoon to all the participant friends who have gathered today here for the panel discussion. A very warm welcome, and with all great humility, I extend sincere thanks to all the panelists, because this is one area which has become a buzzword for the past 2 to 3 years. So it has become the talk of the day across all the groups. need not be only agriculturists and farmers. So everybody who is getting impacted with the inorganically produced foods, who are consuming and who are getting impacted with that. So everybody is talking about this. And accordingly, Government of India is also very, very proactive in this regard, initiated many activities, but of late, what happened is there exists some ambiguity across the people who are directly involved in taking the technologies to the farmers. So sometimes what happens, no, this is happening, I think, for the past 2 to 3 decades, we are observing this particular aspect. So when the SRI system came into what you call reality, Sri cultivation in rice, what happened before the actual validation or before it gets tested, it went into farmers' fields. Sometimes what happens, no, some of the technologies which have the immediate need and lot of scope and attends to the immediate requirements of the farmer. So what happens is they won't wait for what you call the routine formal technology development process to go on. So certain of the phases will be skipped and it directly goes into the farmer's field. This is what even we are seeing with regard to natural farming also. So now we have come to a stage right now to know about natural farming from the farmers who are already practicing it. Because we don't have 100% scientific evidences with proven evidences through the process of technology development that definitely they are going to give higher yields. Because what happens is the principles of natural farming or the organic farming and the principles of our commercial farming, if we see, both are different. So definitely we cannot have the same criteria for both. And this has led of late over a period of time, based on the immediate demand and the impact that is being caused in the society, in the public. So people wanted to go for, even the consumers are waiting for organically produced foods, naturally produced foods. Because such, in the initial remarks of Dr. Vasanta also told, the cases of cancer are increasing. The cases of other what you call health hazards are increasing. One or the other reason is whatever we are consuming, yes, it is getting resulted in that way. So the natural farming on one side is needed for restoration or revival of the soil health. On the other side, natural farming becomes one of the what you call a basis for the food consumption by the people to go back to our what you call traditional foods. So now we are very much, even the public also got used to all immediate quick result oriented medicines. So we have Ayurveda and allopathy, so many now Unani, we have so many sorts of even ITKs. Even till today we follow certain of the ITK practices at home. Is it not? Unless when it crosses beyond the what you call control at home, then we seek for a doctor. But what is happening of late is, with whatever that we are consuming, it is resulting into, even we are also suffering like a soil. I generally feel our body is a what you call soil also has a life, and our body is also majorly of 5 elements it is formed, and it is also having life. So we are also getting affected with all the chemicals. So restoration of human health and restoration of soil health, and interimly the restoration of plant health. So all these things are interrelated. Now, unless and until we address from the roots by thinking and focusing more on natural farming, how best it could be practiced, and without much what you call having a difficulty in meeting the food demand. So these are all certain of the aspects that definitely the governments like AP government has taken in its state policy, the ZBNF, they started. And similarly, Sikkim, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and then Maharashtra, a lot of works are being done. And now if we see Madhya Pradesh being the first state, which is nearly 27% of the total area under organic farming is in Madhya Pradesh, followed by Rajasthan and then Maharashtra. So slowly there is a change being seen, but of late there is a lot of ambiguity among the stakeholders with regard to what exactly is natural farming, how it need to be advocated, how the inputs that are needed, or how at farm level farmer himself can produce those inputs and utilize it, and how best we can coordinate this, because there are so many what you call contemporary words are coming and people are coming with different packages. So to avoid this confusion, I think I must congratulate EEI to take up this panel discussion, because it really is a need of the hour for most of our even university data centers, KVKs, and our agricultural extension officers at the field level. They need to have the clarity. They need to have, because they are directly in touch with the farmers, and we have been asked to conduct demonstrations. We have been asked to prove this. So what exactly does it mean? So though we broadly say that there are the four principles, like principle of health, principle of fairness, and then principle of care, and then principle of ecology. So all these things, though we say, but exactly what does it mean? What is the distinction? So all this clarity is needed among all the stakeholders. So now I really thank all the panelists, including our Balasubramani, because he is working since on this particular aspect from last year onwards, because Manage has been given this what you call task of taking care and the dissemination of natural farming across the country. So we are in touch with each other, and Balasubramaniam ji, very nice to have you here for this panel discussion. And similarly, Director ABD Somasundaram ji, and K. Prakash, Assistant Director of Agriculture from AP, Kakinada, and Pratik, farmer and entrepreneur in this particular area. Definitely your experiences and what you have taken up at your place would definitely throw a light, and it becomes a what you call a torch bearing activity for all the stakeholders in their future endeavors. So I do not take much time. I thank one and all. I feel really happy to be a part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your good words. I'm sure all your expectations and queries will be fulfilled in this particular panel discussion, because we have panelists from government as well as from universities and also from the state departments. And the practitioner, we can know the successes and the difficulties he faced while implementing this natural farming. So Srinivas Raju sir, kindly share the PPT. So before I hand over the mic to the panelists, I would like to explain briefly about the contribution of these panelists in the area of the natural farming. And also these are the reasons why we have selected them as the panelists.
Yeah, I request all of you, if you have any problem in logging into this platform, this is being live streamed through YouTube channel also. The link will be provided in the chat box. You can also log in through YouTube. Thank you.
Okay. Please keep it in the slideshow mode. Right, thank you. So the first panelist is Dr. N. Balasubramani. He is working as Director in Climate Change Adaptation, National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Manage, and also which is recognized as the national level nodal organization and knowledge repository in natural farming. This is in Hyderabad, Telangana. Coming to the contributions of Dr. Balsubramani, he did his PhD in agricultural extension from TNAU and worked in rubber board and regional offices at Mangalore, Karnataka and Kerala. Promoted rubber producer societies as grassroots level farmers organizations, played key role in promotion of community collection and processing among rubber growers. He is quite experienced in market-led extension among rubber producer societies, trading as well as processing. He is involved in strategic planning of the projects while he worked with Mairada, Krishi Vignana Kendra, Tamil Nadu. Through Mairada, he also promoted many viable and workable income-generating programs to strengthen the rural livelihood systems of farmers. While he worked with Unicom Biotech Limited, Kotagiri, Tamil Nadu, he gained good experience in contract farming of capsicum hybrid seed production. Publications, regarding the publications, he published 3 books, 6 research papers, and 20 abstracts. Sir, you're welcome for the panel. Thank you, sir. Coming to Dr. E. Somasundaram, sir. Sir is the Director, Agribusiness Development in TNAU Coimbatore, and he is a Nodal Officer for Government of India, MHRD sponsored Unnat Bharat Abhiyan 2, Regional Coordinating Institute, Central Zone of Tamil Nadu. He did his PhD in Organic Agriculture and is a good teacher who taught for UG, PG and PhD students for more than 20 years. He guided 12 MSc and 3 PhD scholars on organic agriculture. He authored 5 books on organic farming. He presented papers at USA, China, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka. He contributed 75 research articles in international and national journals. He trained more than 5,000 Indian farmers on organic farming. He acted as resource person in more than 250 meetings. And he received more than 20 awards for academic and research excellence. Welcome you, sir. The third panelist, K. Prakash, he is working as the Assistant Director of Agriculture in the Farmers Training Center, Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. He worked as Assistant Project Director in MGNREGA and PD in MEP, MA. He worked as District Project Manager in Natural Farming from year 2018 to 2022. K. Prakash has credit of converting 10,000 farmers growing paddy, millets, and orchard crops like cashew, mango, oil palm into natural farming in 3 years. And nearly 20,000 farmers were converted partially into natural farming. Communitization of natural farming inputs is the main highlight of his contribution. This was made duly involving the self-help group, women groups, and community cadres to make use of natural farming inputs within the village. Success stories in natural farming were documented by him by making the short videos, and they disseminated through smart TVs and Pico projectors in the Raitu Bharosa Kendrams of Andhra Pradesh. He started an exclusive natural farming YouTube channel. He sensitized the school children by raising the kitchen gardens and nutri gardens by natural farming methods in the school premises. The last but the most important panelist of today is Mr. A. Pratik. He did his MBA and MA. He is a practitioner of the natural farming in the Visakhapatnam district, Andhra Pradesh. He is a grower of natural farming and also a self-marketer of 10 types of vegetables and paddy. And today he will focus on the global organic farming methods, which are easily adoptable, stock management of nutrition, biopesticides and bioinsecticides as prevention in organic methods, system of practices, natural farming practices to be followed in organic fields, and Jeevamrut filter unit for drip and compost. So welcome all of you for this panel discussion. Now, the first panelist, I request the first panelist, Dr. N. Balasubramani sir, to share his experiences in the natural farming, or what as a nodal agency the manage is contributing towards the natural farming.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel.
1 minute, sir. We have with us Dr. Madhubabu, the professor and head of the Department of College of Agriculture, Rajendra Nagar. We welcome Madhubabu also. Yeah, thank you, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Respected Dr. V. Sudharani Garu, Director Extension, PJTSU, Dr. M. Jaganmohan Reddy Garu, Director EEI Hyderabad, and today's panelist, Dr. E. Somasundramji, Director ABD, TNE Coimbatore, Dr. Mr. Prakash, Mr. Pratik, and Dr. R. Vasunda Madam, and Dr. K. Madhubabu Garu, and all the respected delegates participating from various department and KVKs and ICS system. Good afternoon. I would like to share what manage is doing, what is the role given to manage for promoting the natural farming. I think you all know that now why we are talking now about the natural farming, because Sudharani Madam also given some brief introduction. In this context, that actually India, you know that we have passed from food deficiency to food surplus country, and many revolution contributed, like Green Revolution from 1951. We were having only 51 million ton, and now we are having the 303 million tons. And similarly, White Revolution, milk also tremendous growth from 17 million ton in 1952. Now it is to 210 million ton. And green golden revolution, horticulture and also honey. So only horticulture, if you see, there are 320 million ton now from 95.4 million ton from 1991-92. Earlier, nothing was there actually. During 1950s, there is no data at all. In blue revolution, similarly, fish production from 1950s, we were having only 0.75, and we could able to reach now 13.04 million ton in 1920. So because of all these revolution, now from poverty level has come down so much. Earlier 1950s it was only 70% poverty, and now it has come down to 20%. So because of mainly these revolution, which is contributed by the science, technology, and the research system, extension system, and also farmers' contribution, which lead to the food deficiency to food surplus country. But when now I think everybody is talking about various issues, the adverse effect or negative impact created by the green revolution. Suppose if you take about the pollution, either soil, water, air, everything is polluted due to the indiscriminate use of fertilizer and pesticide, and eutrophication of land and water bodies. So I think Madam Vasanda also was telling about the cancer and other things. So I am not discussing in detail because of the time. Soil organic carbon content, if you see, because farmer used to apply, they are not using the balanced fertilizer application, and whatever even package of practice also says that we have to apply every year fertilizer, farmyard manure, crop rotation, and silt and other things. But the farmer, because of various reasons, they also simply apply inorganic fertilizer. As a result, you see the soil content, the organic carbon content in the soil is drastically reduced to 0.2 to 3% nationally. It's supposed to be 0.5 to 0.6. So it has come down. And even climate change, if you take the climate change also, agriculture also contributing to climate change. So it is estimated that minimum 14% greenhouse gases is coming from the agriculture sector. So whatever maybe the input sector, input production, fertilizer, pesticide, and weedicide producing industries also emitting lot of things. And these whatever we are growing is mainly less resilience to extreme events, and now the frequency, intensity of the extreme events are keep increasing. And even the fertilizer crop response ratio also in 1970, suppose if you apply 1 kg of NPK, we used to get around 13.47 kgs of grains. Now, if you apply 1 kg of NPK, we will get only 3.7 kgs of grain per kg of NPK. So the drastically fertilizer crop response ratio is widening. And so what people used to say, every year they used to apply more and more fertilizer, and the cost of fertilizers also keep increasing. You all may be knowing that. And most of the cases, there are a lot of stagnated and reduced crop productivity in most of the crops. And if you see the FAO also indicated that suppose if we are doing what we are doing today, and we will get only 60 more harvest years on. We can harvest only 60 years only. Afterwards, we cannot get any harvest because of these soil deteriorating and water is deepening and it's going, water table is going down, biodiversity is depleting, and so many other reasons. And even in this context, if you see agriculture, the GDP contribution to agriculture is around 67.5 during 1950s. Now it has come down to 20.19%. So Madam also was talking about the One Health concept, like soil health, plant health, and human health. There is definitely there is an integration between the soil, plant, and also human being health. And now every human they are facing one or the other problem, and directly or indirectly it is leading to the whatever the food we are taking. So in this context, we need generally, if you think, we need some kind of alternative cropping system, which should be sustainable one. So when we search a different alternative system, there are many names and farms are there across the globe, either permaculture, biodynamic agriculture, organic farming, or natural farming, conservative agriculture, regenerative agriculture, like climate resilient agriculture, Korean natural farming, and Kusai natural farming, precision farming, like that. Different names and the literature, there are around 60-70 names and farms are there. But overall, if you analyze what are the basic principle or commonalities in these practices, the sustainable agriculture practices, if you see, mainly all these practices, they are prohibiting the GMOs, genetically modified crops or organisms, or they are prohibiting the hormones, antibiotics, and they are mostly aligned with the nature and not against the nature. Most of these farming, the names may be different, but they are with the nature. They are towards the agroecology based farming system. With in general, if you see, they are without any chemical fertilizer, without any pesticide. So that is the major principle we can see in all these sustainable practices. But otherwise, if you see all these farming system, if you see all these method are following conservative tillages, mixed cropping, or intercropping, polyculture, whatever we call it as a good agriculture practices, like multiple cropping system, crop rotation, cover crops, mulches, integration of crops and nutrition, and integrated biological nutrient management, biological management, pest and diseases, and they are also integrated with the agroforestry, then renewable energies, and they think about the holistic landscape management. And mostly they are making use of the ecosystem services and biodiversity, and green manure crops, and they are going for climate resilient crops and varieties, waste recycling, recycling of biodigestible material, recycling of nutrition, and vermicompost, and the inputs are mainly generated from the own farm. So these are all the basic what we call global good agriculture practices. We can see some of the cases, mostly all these are followed, some only particular things are followed, but in general, these are all the practices we could able to see that. In this context only, our Honorable Prime Minister has suggested we have to relearn the ancient knowledge of agriculture. We have a lot of knowledge in agriculture sector traditionally, because ours is agriculture country, and we have enough resources, knowledges are there. But over a period of time, we ignored all these things. So we need to take farming out of the chemistry lab and connect to nature's lab. That's what some of the excerpt from this speech. So that means Honorable Prime Minister also suggested that it is not that traditionally whatever we are doing we should do, but also we should integrate with the scientific knowledge. Whatever the good for the nature, good for the ecology, we should integrate. For that, we have to go for mass movement, mass awareness we have to create among different stakeholders. And suggesting we have to go for at least one village of every panchayat which are natural farming. That is the statement or emphasis given by Honorable Prime Minister. In this context, actually, this was delivered by Honorable Prime Minister on 16th December 2021 in Gujarat Summit. So then onwards, it was given a lot of emphasis and given attention, and ICER system department and all national state department also giving lot of focus on natural farming. And there is some kind of apprehension that during 1950s we were starving, and suppose if we go for natural farming, what about our food production, food security, whether we will move towards similar to Sri Lanka situation like that. So for that, actually, there are some scientists, EEIhyd also, they have given some kind of economic facts they were given. Suppose every year, totally for chemical farming, we are totally depending on the external resources, external country. Actually, we are not producing any of the fertilizer, either phosphatic fertilizer or potash or urea. We are totally depending on the other countries. And every year, the cost of fertilizer and also subsidy is keep increasing. Last year, take for example in 2021, our fertilizer cost and also subsidy was around 1.62 trillion rupees. Whereas within 1 year, our cost is escalated so much, it is 2.1 trillion rupees. Huge escalation. It is mainly because of the global prices of the phosphatic and potash and urea prices. And it is all non-renewable resources. And if there is the Ukraine and Russian war is going on, and if any policy issues, and if they are not exporting, what will happen to our agriculture sector? If totally we are depending on external fertilizers and fertilizer especially. So that is one thing. Second thing is our food production. Now we are blessed with good production, productivity in various crops, and our food production is growing at the rate of 3.25% annually. It is growing for the last several years. Whereas in population growth is concerned, it is less than 1.5%. That means actually our domestic demand is growing at the rate of only 2 to 2.25%. So we have 1% point of output growth, which is not required for domestic consumption. And we have adequate buffer stock is there. So we need not bother so much about the national food security. Even see, whatever the extension activity we undertake, definitely all the farmer will not go for throughout the country, will not go for natural farming all of a sudden. Definitely it will also require a lot of sensitization, slow phases it will go. And so there is a scope for immediately, even if we allocate our 15% of the total cultivable area for natural farming, and immediately, and by 30% by 2030, it will not hurt our national food security. So without losing our national food security, definitely we can go for quality production of food grain production, and also we can sustain our soil, we can sustainable, we can provide a good quality material to our food produce to our population. So even the loss, whatever it is anticipated that there is suddenly, if we are going for natural farming, there is expected that around 30-35% maybe in the initial years the yield reduction will be there. That also government can compensate, because suppose if you are reducing the fertilizer import, and that cost we are saying that saved cost will be compensated with this yield loss. That is what the scientists or the expert who are predicting. So for that now, even Government of India already initiated BPKP. We all know that Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Paddhati, wherein the Government of India is giving some financial assistance of around 12,200 rupees per hectare. So in this context, managers after December, I think after December, managers been designated as a nodal organization and knowledge repository for natural farming. Only for a few months only, we have been designated as the nodal agency for national level.
I request rest of the audience to mute their audios, please. There is some disturbance.
I think P. Siva, I think he started.
Shiva, please mute your audio.
For last few months only, the manager has been designated as a nodal organization national level for promoting natural farming, and also designated as a knowledge repository for natural farming, and and also given some kind of TOR to broader TOR to work on. One is collection and compilation of best practices and success stories in natural farming, because there is no scientifically validated technology available in natural farming, except very few here and there it is happening. But to start with, we have to collect because many pioneering states like Andhra Pradesh, Himachal, Gujarat, some states already they have experimented, and they are having some success stories. So in order to promote, we need to collect some best practices, community managed best practices we have to document. That is one of the TOR and the responsibility given to manage. Second is developmental videos, films related to package up practices, success stories, experience of best farmers. Second thing, and development, helping or facilitating the states for development of support still and their capacity building. State government capacity building for promotion of natural farming, and conducting training program for master trainer. I think a lot of ambiguity is there. What is natural farming? How it is different from organic farming? What are the package of practices and best practices? So a lot of somebody has to tell other stakeholders. So we need to create a master trainers and trainers at the state level in collaboration with state and district level extension institute. And also we have to develop a training literature, training module, and the course curricula. And also we have been given a responsibility for creating a database for master trainers, champion farmers, and natural farming expert. So these are all the broader responsibility given to manage for the last 3-4 months. Actually, March 31st only we have given this responsibility, and we started working on these areas. In addition to that, we have given to understand what is happening throughout the India about the natural farming. Ministry has given, after recognizing designating managers and nodal organization. We have been given some small study to conduct pilot study on status of natural farming across India. So it is only 2-month study. They want a quick study about aspect one. So we have taken AP, Himachal, and also Odisha, Gujarat, and Assam. So 5 states we have taken and collected some data and analyzed and submitted a report within 2 months. And also manager has been given a responsibility to create awareness for Gram Pradhans, because Gram Pradhans, they are involved in village level planning. And if we immediately to reach a large number of farmers, suppose if we are addressing the Gram Pradhans, then Gram Pradhans, they will include in village level plan, and also in turn he will be talking to the other fellow farmers. So ministry has given a responsibility to manage to conduct minimum 750 program covering around 30,000 pradhans within August 15th. Within 2 to 3 months, we have to conduct around 750 Gram Pradhans program through online. And we already started, and Secretary Agriculture, Government of India written a letter to all the chief secretaries of state, and also Secretary Agriculture has written a letter to ICRDG to support or extend support from KVK to conduct these programs, and to chief secretaries to give a direction to all the collectors to mobilize the Gram Pradhans for this program. So immediately we called all the Samitis, directors, and State Department, and so immediately they also responded. So within 1 month, we conducted around 351 program covering around 21,310 gram pradhans. Even today also 12 programs are going on across the country. Now, lot of demand, actually 90 lakhs money has been received for this conducting this program. We already released to all the states, and there are a lot of demand, even 850 programs extra in addition to 750 program. We got a demand, and we have requested additional fund from the ministry also. And also master trainer. So conduct a training program, awareness program. So we need a master trainer, and we conducted some 3 program, 2 program in Manage and 1 with Samiti Himachal Pradesh, and we certified around 366 officers from the Agriculture and Horticulture Department, NGOs, as master trainers for at least to create awareness among these Gram Pradhans. Then we have started collecting some information and collecting study material, preparing a study material with the help of National NCNF, National Council on Natural Farming. There are around 450 organizations, NGOs working on natural farming already throughout the country. They formed some consortium kind of things, association, and with their, because they are also having some knowledge, field level knowledge. So like even ROSS and WAS and RRA network, many NGOs are there. And so with the help of them, we have already started collecting some information. Sir, I think Jagannath Reddy, sir, you called me, it seems. Hello.
Sir, please, I think we will continue our panel discussion. Many questions are coming. So
Okay,
they want to interact with you.
Okay. So I have to wind up, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sir. Sorry.
Okay. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. I will close it, sir. 2 minutes. Can you give me 2-3 minutes?
Okay, sir. No problem.
Okay, I will. So we have created some web page software for database, and we are conducting some awareness program for all these things. And this is the material we have prepared, and the pilot study we have conducted. And this is the web page we have corrected and uploaded all this material, and web page also. And these are all some of the states like Andhra Pradesh, Himachal, and Gujarat. Already they have different organizations. Each state is conducting various institutional mechanism and also the programs they have. I think during that time we will discuss. And under BPKP, so already Government of India has allocated so much fund in these states. So our main, some of the point is actually I wanted to suggest actually this. I suggest, actually, this is my personal opinion, it should be promoted among the small and marginal farmers to start with, and also dryland and low external input areas and horticulture ecosystem, tribal and high altitude area instead of high input areas. And we need to create some model or champion farmers and model villages in every block or cluster of villages have to be created. And innovation in farmers' practices need to be identified and documented and propagated. And even local seed system, because natural farming, it is mainly depending on the local seed. For that, we need to create some seed bank for local seed system also. Even bioresource center can be promoted by integrating the gosalas. Actually, everywhere gosalas are there. So a lot of inputs. Otherwise, farm inputs also, it is very difficult. Cow dung, urine, and everything. It is very, very difficult. So gosalas can be integrated. And even many times when we conducted some interaction and also studies, they were telling that we do not have a market. So it is better to link the midday meal schemes, Anganwadis, hospitals and welfare hospitals, public distribution system for the natural farming. And awareness is also one of the important things, because in Himachal Pradesh, mainly because of the awareness created by the Atma, entire extension activities of Atma is conducted by on natural farming only. Then convergence is also very, very important, like because we are all working for any single organization is very difficult, either Atma, KVK, NGOs, and FEOs, and even research organization. Now we have written a letter to all the ICR Institute and SIUs. They have started sending the information which is available to them. So a lot of information is available that also can be shared. And and also we have to ensure that the income should be ensured. Just if you talk about the agroecology, farmers will not tempted and continue. So we have to ensure the income through so integrating with the horticulture, agroforestry, beekeeping, and other livestock, so that it will be more sustainable. So with this, thank you very much for giving opportunity. Sorry, I think I have taken extra time, it seems.
No, it's all right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. You gave so many important things that are conducted by Manage in the area of natural farming. Now, I would like to request Dr. E. Somasundaram, sir. Sir, are you available?
Available, madam?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can go ahead, sir. But one small request, I request all the panelists to strictly confine to 15 minutes for their presentations. Later on, we can give more time for the discussion. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, madam. Just to orient, I will just take 5 minutes, more than that. The panelists we should have more of interactive session than once
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Your voice is breaking.
Now it is clear, madam. Are you getting?
No, sir, it is
Getting my
still it is breaking.
1 minute. I will switch off the car and. Okay, now it is okay, madam.
Yes, sir. It's clear now.
Now okay. Respected organizers, especially Dr. Sudha Madam, Dr. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, and the fellow panelists, Dr. Bala Subramanian, Mr. K. Prakash, and Mr. Pratik. So, and also all the participants, all the delegates, all the viewers, good afternoon to everyone. And we know that just I will go as quick as possible. The prospects of natural farming. When they were telling about me, I have not sent any biodata. That's the thing. So I am the now ICR panel, this committee member on designing and developing curricula and syllabus for natural farming at undergraduate and postgraduate level of the 8-member committee. I'm the one person, and I had a lot of experience in visiting many of the natural farming areas of the country. And practically, we the committee are observing a lot of things, so that can be effectively put it into the syllabus, and for the futuristic generation who are interested in studying undergraduate course on natural farming or postgraduate courses, it will be very much useful. So we all know that we have deforested the area conveniently to produce our food crops. And our previous speaker also told the ill effects of aftermath of green revolution. I want to emphasize 2 important points. One is the pesticide residues in our food chain, especially starting from the poor man's apple, tomato to apple. 4 or 5 pesticides are traveling. That is on one side. That is a fate. And another thing, even the curry leaf, especially in Tamil Nadu, the curry leaf contains 4 or 5 toxins. But the positive thing is below detectable level. But if it is continuing, the future generation will be yearning, and not for happy living, but to manage their life, and the average lifespan will be more, but all will be diseased, or they will be distressed. So to overcome this only, and another important point, many people may say that, including the scientists, they say that the plant roots will not have a preferential absorption, whether it is from the natural resource or synthetic one. So they absorb only in the ionic form. To them, my answer is there are toxins in fertilizers. If you apply artificial fertilizers, say for example, single superphosphate, The fortunate thing is it is sparingly soluble, but it contains a phenomenally alarming level of lead and cadmium. So when you grow a vegetable in a soil contaminated or applied with these fertilizers, even at the recommended level, then there is every possibility of transfer of these heavy metals. So in tomato and cauliflower and bendi, so mere in the first crop itself, the translocation happens. So this is the thing. This is on one side. So then definitely those who are affordable, those who love the nature, those who want to have the natural farming practitioners, especially I'm telling, we need to have the alternative farming system, that is the natural farming, which is nothing but mimicking the nature. It exemplifies the agroecological principles, that is the laws of nature. They are in tandem with the laws of nature, in accordance with the laws of nature, where the importance is enhance the soil quality and the physical conditions by managing the organic matter and soil biological activity, wherein we focus more on diversified crops and cropping system. Just to see the forest. Forest will will educate you. Call after. Okay. Sorry. So the enhanced biomass recycling and effective utilization of the natural resources is the major objective in natural farming. Okay, a lot of history I can trace back. Many people attempted, but they could not implement on a large scale. Say in 1930, Mukachi Okada and also 51 Newman Turner and Fukuoka, father of natural farming. He practiced in Japan since 1980, and Malikarji in 1990 onwards developed some many are following, and a lot of information they have thrown on. And in the previous panelists, he told that there is no distinct practices available as compared to the organic farming, where every activity is structured, and also we have standards, we have the accreditation norms, and also export import policies. Everything is the input characterization. Everything is that. Since it is of our own traditional based farming, wherein our forefathers practice a lot of nature based principles, the principles that are in existence based on the indigenous technical knowledge and also our history. We have a very good database of our history from Asian Agri History Foundation, GP Pantanagar University, where one of the committee member, Dr. Sunita Pandey, is having a lot of documentation done by Dr. Y.L. Neen, the famous pathologist who served in the ICR system, later on went to that, formed that society or foundation. So the things are available. We have that, we are having that as a base. And if you enter into the website Asian Agri History Foundation, you can get the traditional knowledge about each activity told by our rishis and saints and also sages and also our forefathers, in fact. So in India, natural farming is, as previous speaker told, that is Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Patati program, and also the under PKVY, and also we have a lot of programs in different states. And to quote some of the things, we have our forerunners in natural farming, different pillars. They told Jivamrita, Bijamrita, Achadana, Vapasana, and how to prepare all these things. So the scientific base, when I was the head of the Department of Sustainable Organic Agriculture at TNAU, we tried to validate, scientifically evaluate these inputs like Jivamrita, Gana Jivamrita. Almost all are having a typical and unique scientific rationale. Say, for example, Jivamrita, it is containing the Latin and also Colombian. They are responsible for enhanced activity, promoting the metabolism, cell potentiator, and also acting as a soil fertility enhancer. So with respect to Bijamrita, it also contains the phenylacetic acid and also this benzoate and this columbianitine. It enhances the seed longevity and prolong its shelf life. So things are there. Science is there. All our traditional knowledges need to be validated to consider as a technology. But in fact, they are all proven technology from by trial and error. It has traveled over generations and it is becoming a validated technology, to my knowledge. So these things are there. And mulching, of course, it is a very important thing. Mulching, from the other perspective, I want to say, when as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, when the farmer sows the seeds, immediately the peacock and birds will take the seeds, and again the farmer has to go for number of sowings. So when you adopt this practice of residue recycling and green mulching, residue mulching, soil mulching, whatever the possible ways of mulching, even in the stone mulching in rocky and rockouts areas. So the seeds can be kept comfortably so that the availability of seeds to the birds will be taken care of. That is, so these things, lot of benefits are there. Since we are mimicking nature, lot of the nature is there to tell us and teach us. So we can say that common agriculture practices that are acceptable under organic farming and also the Palaker method, I observe is this use of locally adapted pest and disease resistant crops, reduced tillage, polyculture, crop residue mulching, and exclusion of all synthetics, etc., etc. So but the exclusion of animal organic manures, these things we need to explore and scientifically validate, and also GM crops and protocols for irrigation scheduling, because the natural farmers, they say that we have to irrigate at the noon time. So that is not scientifically proven. We normally say that increasing soil temperature may require more of irrigation water. These things are there. And on the other hand, the mixed farming, agroforestry, that is a multi-tier system, all these things are applicable to both the organic farming and natural farming system. Even that is a very good principle by Bill Mollison, that permaculture, that holds good for natural farming. Forest. And in contrast, the process and products, that is microbial culture, Jivamrita, Vijimrita, potentially used in this natural farming, are totally different when we want to enhance the soil fertility. That is, we care more on organic carbon, but in natural farming, we care, in addition to the organic carbon, we care soil organic matter also. See, we follow natural laws and agroecology principles. These are all the some of the systems wherein in Kerala and also the traditional tribal areas and other things, they traditionally have this natural farming ecosystem where man is also a component, and we have multiple benefits like natural pollination, pest and disease, that buffering, push and pull effect, otherwise we call it as the genetical engineering, and this biodiversity preservation, soil quality, resilient, in situ conservation of native traditional varieties, gene bank, everything. This is the permaculture model. It holds good for practicing the natural farming in smaller areas. Say, for example, small and marginal farmers, they can better utilize this. This is the model. And there are so many yield gaps observed when compared with our conventional system and natural farming system, because we say that we require a fixed quantity of NPK for raising any crop. Now the nanotechnology has come as an advancement in science and technology. Instead of applying 200 kg of urea fertilizers, now we are recommending nano urea in grams, 20 to 40 grams. Does it mean that the plant requires less, or doesn't mean that the losses when we apply, and also the soils losses that occurs in the nutrient cycle and other processor or biological process in the soil, we are losing a huge quantity of the applied fertilizers. All these need scientific validation and also experimentation. So many of the things in natural farming need to be experienced and also experimented. This is my submission to start with the discussion, and all the inputs we suggest for Drava Jivamrita, Ghana Jivamrita, this nitrogen, biological nitrogen fixation, mulching, intercropping, all these contributes considerably when we see the chemical analysis of the produce that we obtain as a harvest. So 71% of the requirement can be very well met through the different sources we apply as natural farming inputs. So we need to start as integrated package, considering the productivity and food security and nutritional security. Then we have to enter into low external input sustainable agriculture. Then organic agriculture, very good integrated organic farming system models are available at Indian Institute of Farming System Research, that is ICR Institute, Modipuram. So they have validated a lot of technologies. Then you enter into low input sustainable agriculture, and automatically you are entering into do nothing farming, otherwise called natural farming. That is the well proven example. Whether we can sustain or not is a good example is the forest. You can see the biomass, and in the forest, the nature decides the components. Whereas in the natural farming, the man involvement, our needs will be replaced with the natural components. This is my observation. Thanks for the opportunity. Any sort of questions, I am ready to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your information on Drava Jivamrut and Ghana Jivamrut and other such natural farming products that were scientifically validated, I think, mostly by TNAU. And also your advice for immediate scientific validation is the urgent technical aspect that is in front of the researchers in their technical programs. Thank you for your input, sir. And the third panelist, I request third panelist, K. Prakash, sir, Assistant Director of Agriculture. Please share your experiences regarding the motivation of farmers. We learned that you have motivated thousands and thousands of farmers into the natural farming. Please go ahead, sir, with your experiences. Raju, sir, kindly share the PPT.
A very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the heads of the various departments and all the states. I'm thankful to EA for considering my experience in this panel discussion. Basically, myself is an agriculture officer for the past 23 years and happened to work in the field of natural farming in the RVSS of AP under the guidance of Vijay Kumar Sari, who is working as the Executive Vice Chairman for the present project of APCN of Andhra Pradesh Community Natural Farming. Other panelists have told that there is a need for promoting natural farming in mass promotion because the soils have been deprived of the organic carbon. It is less than 0.3, and most of the scientists are also saying that we have still 30 years or 60 seasons to take up good agriculture practices or to get a good yield in these soils. So with this, the need of the hour, and everybody is speaking from the national level to the village level to promote the natural farming, and the government is also coming forward in various forms, and the departments are also in coordination with the things. And it is a need of the hour to promote the natural farming. And there are certain misnomer among the practices and the yields. But out of my 3 years experience, I have seen if we follow the best POP in certain crops, we are on par with the chemical yields. So with this, I want to share some of my experiences. And next, please. Next slide. As you all know that the present farming situation, the farmer is in distress because of the high cost of cultivation like seed, fertilizer and pesticides because and the subsidies are being decreased and the supply chain is also from the foreign countries. We are most dependent on all the phosphatic and potassic fertilizers on foreign countries, and unless we have a good coordination effect or we cannot get the full flow of the fertilizers. So there is a glut of fertilizer in the coming years, and due to the climate change also we are facing a lot of dry spells, droughts and crop failure also, and there is a acute shortage of water due to depletion of water table and other things. And most of the farmers or farming community presently it is based on the tenets, and urbanization is also day by day it is on increasing, and we are seeing unseasonal rains. And if all things go in a better way, we are seeing a market uncertainty also. So with this, the farmer is in distress. And if we come to the consumer also, as you said, most of the chemicals are very much carcinogenic, and what all food we eat, it is not safe. And we are just eating poison. And this is why the consumer is not in a position to take a good food plate, and due to the chemical residues and the lack of nutrients also making the humans to be malnutrited. And out of all these things, the environment crisis also we are in the coming years, we have been experienced for the past 4 to 5 years because the season is not in a favorable situation, and the forecast of monsoon is also not according to the forecast, and unseasonal rains, drought, and so much of environment crisis is also happening. So in order to answer all these farmers' distress and to get a good food plate to the consumer and to answer the environment crisis, we have to go for a natural farming. And yesterday we have seen the G7 summit, which is going to organize in Jammu Kashmir also. They want to take the special topic as the climate change. So in the coming days, what I feel is all the countries of the world will be promoting natural farming in a big way, and it is a time for all the sectors and all the stakeholders to get up, gear up to make the things happen in a proper way, in validating the things which have been earlier happened in various states also. Next. Next slide, please. Basically, as Somsundran sir has said, under APCNF, previously it is called, we have taken the project as ZBNF, Zero Budget Natural Farming, purely following the 4 principles of Palekar like Bizamruta, Jivamruta, and Achadana and Vapsa. Truly, it has worked in a massive positivity in all the crops because at present, in the present system of agriculture extension, still we feel or still we say as seed treatment is a major gap in the past. After the green revolution has happened after 50 years, still we are saying the major gap in the present system of cultivation. We are not going to go for 100% seed treatment. But with a simple technique of Bizamruta preparation, we can go and ensure 100% seed treatment among all the farming communities, duly involving all the extension functionaries in the Department of Agriculture. And here also in AP, under the APCNF, the community cadre is also catering a lot of support in taking up the things because they have been the practicing farmers and now they are working in hand to hand with the Department of Agriculture with the local institution of RBKs. So the Jivamruta is also working good in all the crops and the scheduling we have been validating in various crops, and in certain crops we have come to perfect POP also. And Achadana, as everybody says, unless we go for Achadana, the microbial population cannot be sustained. So Achadana plays a good role, and Vapsa for a better root growth and better stand of the crop also, the Vapsa will act. Next. Next slide, please. These are the main things which have been promoted under my tenure of 3.5 years in the promoting natural farming in Andhra Pradesh, basically in Vizianagaram. We have taken the concept of Navadanya, which has improved the soil health, and how it has impacted the soil health we'll be learning in the next coming slides. And the seed treatment, almost we have assured 100% seed treatment in all the cluster villages where we have worked. And in paddy also, we are able to enhance the yield of paddy by promoting the line sowing so that the weed management and other things, other intra-cultivation operations have also made ease for the farmer. And most of the farmers are now being converted to line sowing. Almost we have started with 100 to 500 acres. Now it is around 4,000 to 5,000 acres. And also the Gulragi technology is also showing a better result with the natural farming methods, and almost the yield potential of all the varieties. We are seeing a doubling of the yield also with this small technology change like Gulragi. And also we are promoted nearly 18 varieties of Desi paddy because out of the passion, some of the farmers are coming forward. So we have developed some 18 varieties of Desi paddy like black rice, red rice, and Navara, all the varieties which are very much in passion with the farmers. And we have been developed a seed bank in some of the villages, and now all the 18 varieties are indigenously developed for the distribution among the farmers. And basically, when we go for a cluster village for the start of the work on natural farming, we start the work with the SHGs with a small kitchen garden under natural farming method with the cluster activists, so that they will taste the food and slowly they will be converted their main fields of paddy or what all the main crops into the natural farming. And coming to the botanical concoctions, because the need in natural farming is of all the inputs have to be made indigenously, because they cannot be, because in the era of fast food culture, and we have to spare some time for preparation of the botanical concoction, which are very much needed to overcome the pest or fungal disorders or micronutrient disorders. So we have evolved a communitization of the inputs because depending upon the crop season and crop situation, we used to diagnose and we used to prepare in the mass quantities of all the preparations like Neemasra, Agnasra, Brahmasra, and some of the nutrient enhancers also like Panchagavya and fish amino acid, like these things. And we used to supply at a meager cost to the farmers so that farmers can easily adopt the natural farming methods by the supply of the inputs. Next. This is the simple POP which we have adopted in paddy because the major chunk of area of contribution we have made in paddy because our district like Vizianagaram, we have 1.2 lakh hectares of paddy, and we worked nearly in 12,000 hectares of paddy under natural farming. And we are able to convert nearly 6,000 to 7,000 farmers of paddy into seed to seed. Almost these people have been practicing seed to seed with duly following the Palekar method or organic method or what all things available. The package is free from chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and weedicide. And primarily, as we think soil is the base, we have made mandate for all the paddy farming farmers to go with the biomass incorporation with the Navadanya. Instead of going for a single green manure, we made the farmers to go for a multiple or diversified cropping technology so that there will be a biodiversity above the ground and below the ground so that the microbial load will increase and the nutrient supply will increase and the soils change also. So the incorporation of biomass with Navadanya, we have made it as a mandate. And coming to the sowings, because most of the nurseries in the villages will start and end within a week. So those 1 week is made as a mandate to treat all the seed which are going to the nursery with the Bizamrita, so that we have ensured 100% seed treatment with the Bizamrita, which is the main gap in the present system of extension. And the preparation of Ganazayamamrita, as depending upon the availability of the dung and cattle population, either they used to go for a mass preparation or individual, and they used to store and they used to apply it to the main crop. And leaf clipping, some of the IPM techniques we have made 100% mandate. And the line sowing also we made a mandate for getting of a better yield. And we have seen a positivity of 2 bag yield increase in all the line sowing paddy cultivators in the first year, so that slowly by seeing the increase in the yield, and the fellow farmers are also slowly converting into the line sowing. And Conoviders are also supplied duly involving some of the local manufacturers through FPOs of the NGOs, and we may supply to all the farmers so that they can go for a Kona weeding for about 2 or 3 times. And in order to control the weeds also, we have applied Azolla soon after the transplantation with the thin film of water after the 10 days. And coming to Jivamrita application, 10 days duration or 10 days frequency, they used to apply 200 liters of Jivamrita, which is prepared at the field level. And the small indigenous technologies were also developed. Instead of drums, we have taken up the cover technology. A polythene cover is erected at the field level, which has the capacity of 100 liters water, so that the farmer can easily put up the water in that cover, and he can bring the ingredients like cow dung, dal powder and jaggery and other things, so that he can mix and just put in the field at a 10 days frequency. And IPM techniques like pheromone traps erection for monitoring the pest incidents, and yellow sticky traps also were erected now and then, and depending upon the crop situation. And depending upon the need, we used to go for the botanical concoctions or the extracts, depending upon the diagnosis and as and when the pest arises. And taking these all practices, we have developed some of the small villages into a bio village concept also, so that the whole village have taken the package of practices simply which we have dealt now, like line sowing and other things. The whole village of 40, 50 people, nearly 50, 60 acres like villages were converted into bio village, and they are free from pesticides, free and fungicides and what all weedicides also. And likewise, we are going village by village to convert into the bio village concept, so that in the coming days of marketing also the certification can be made easy, like with the PCS or NPOP or NOP. Next. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, this is what I told about Navadanya. It is a mixture of various seeds duly. Next slide. Here we use all the a mixture of green manure which is available through the department on subsidy, and some of the seeds which are available at the farmer level also can we have made them to mix under Navadanya with the pulses, oil seeds, spices, cereals, some of the creepers, tuber crops and flower crops also. The quantification we have made that all these mixer to be 10 to 12 kgs per acre at the time of early showers, just to go for a plowing and just broadcast all these seeds, so that they will remain for 45 days and we can get 10 to 12 tons of biomass which can be incorporated into the soil. This is the technology which we have made a mandate for all the farmers to enhance the soil health improvement. Next slide. This is how we promoted the mass preparation, because all the inputs which are needed for the promotion of natural farming, either the farmer has to equip with knowledge of preparation with the doses and various components, or the community cadre who was positioned at the village has to go with awareness camp or motivation camp among the farmers, so that he will prepare in a mass quantities and distribute among the stakeholders, and the same quantities are used as per the description which is given by the cluster activists. Next. And this is what we have seen some analysis which was made for the last 3 years under the Navadanya application into the soil. And because we cannot validate with a laboratory, just we have taken the USDP, United States Department of Agriculture, has evolved certain visual soil health indicators, and basing on the scorecard which was given by the USDP, we have calibrated the things in the field by selecting a few 10 to 15 farmers, and we have seen slowly there is an increase of soil organic carbon, and we have seen the count of earthworms also increase due to the diversity or something which has to be calibrated with the university people, and the root penetration is also increased, and the yield also increased by 2 to 3 bags, and the irrigation of the soil has improved in fields where we have gone for natural farming method with the incorporation of Navadanya, and the soil compaction study also made, and all these visual soil indicators have shown a positivity of increasing the soil health parameters, and the same combination of seed and the concept was given to the present University of Agriculture in Andhra Pradesh to take up a study in their research station in the present season, and they are also calibrating the fields which were taken up with Navadanya in the farmers also, so that it can be made mandate if we get a positive result in Navadanya also. Next slide. So this is what we see in the Navadanya field. We have seen enhanced pollinators, and there is farmers who have practiced Navadanya have shown that there is a suppression of weeds, there is an increase of beneficial insects, and we have the farmers say that after incorporation they have decreased the usage of nitrogenous fertilizers, and there is a massive change in the soil structure also, and there is a change in the color of the soil, an increase of earthworms, and aggregate formation is seen, and organic matter content is also developed. So all these things which we have seen or which we have taken as a visual effect needs to be calibrated with the university people. And in the coming days, this Navadanya concept is slowly gaining importance in the district like Vizianagaram and across the AP scene of practicing districts of AP. Next. So ultimately what we say is once we improve the soil health, the crop health will increase and ultimately the human health is also increased. And I think I have taken not much time, and I'm thankful for the EI people for giving this opportunity of sharing my experience for the past 3 years in the APCNR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash, for sharing your experiences about implementation of natural farming practices on community basis. And we request you to develop a blueprint for community mobilization and marketing of all these products, that is to form the bio villages, so that it can be implemented elsewhere. Okay? Yeah, thank you. And I request all the panelists to stay online for taking the questions. Now, the next panelist, that is A. Pratik, sir. Sir, now all the academicians, researchers, and the state officials have spoken. So whatever they have spoken, it has to be implemented by you successfully. Then only whatever we said is correct or successful. So in that context, we would like to hear from you the successes and challenges you faced while you are doing this natural farming. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy garu, Vasanta garu, and co-panelist, Dr. Bala Subramani garu, Prakash garu, and Somasundaram garu, and rest of the participants. Thank you for giving this opportunity. And my name is Pratik. As said, I'm practicing organic farming for past 4 years in Vizianagaram. And our co-panelist Prakash garu was my DPM for last 2 years, and he has visited my field for a number of times whenever I called him to guide on something else. And when coming to my presentation, let me share just a moment. Is it visible? PPT?
Yes, yes, it's visible. Please keep it in the slide share mode. Okay, it's all right. Please go ahead.
Okay. Fine.
Good.
So agenda is we have few global farming methods which could be easily followed, and let's plan one after the another. Second one is stock management of nutrition and biopesticides and bioinsecticides to prevention in organic methods, and system of practices to be done in organic fields. And fourth one is Jivamrutam automation filtering unit for drip irrigation and to do compost unit. And fifth one is a marketing. In our farm, we have adopted 8 to 10 practices, which is globally available. And first one is a ZBNF practice by Palakarji. In that, we have adopted Jivamrutam, Ganajivamrutam, Bijamrutam, and Agnastra, and Dashparni Kashayam. When coming to Korean natural farming, it is by Chohan Kyo Garu, and he introduced fish amino acid, fermented fruit juice, OHN, as a oriental herbal solution as a nutrition to given to the plants through drip irrigation to the soil or by spraying on the leaves. And the third one is a Dalbekar method, which is introduced by Sripada Achyuta Dalbekar. He is a Maharashtrian, and he has introduced green manuring method, which we have already discussed at Navdanya. He was introduced that for decades ago. If you mix all those Navdanya in a green manure, the Shatriches will mix into the soil, and by then the nutrition will enhance into the plant. And fifth one is a CVR subsoil method. Sixth one is a Vriksha Ayurveda. Seventh one is biocontrols, and eighth one is permaculture, and ninth one is traps. In Jadam method, who is Jadam is by Engshan Cho, who is the son of Chauhan Q. He has introduced a very easiest method in organic farming. In methods in terms of monetary, he has invented IMO and JMS. JMS means Jada microbial solution. The what we use it to enhance the microbes in the fields, like a leaf mold soil, potato, and sea salt are the ingredients to prepare the Jada microbial solution. In 1,000 liters of water, we could include 1 kg of leaf mold soil. Leaf mold soil is nothing but a microbial rich soil, and in addition to multiply the microbes into the water to make it into culture, we will add 2 kg of boiled potato and 1 kg of sea salt to make availability of micronutrients. And other two preparation by him is a Jadam herbal solution and Jadam fermented juice. So we could not go ahead and detailed as a time constraint. And the fifth method, CVR subsoil. CVR is he got Padma Shri award a couple of years ago for his contribution towards organic farming. It's a major contribution is by spraying the subsoil on the plants. It would be useful as a nutrient for the plant, as well as it will kill the insects. And sixth one is Vriksha Ayurveda, and it is not so popular as on date. And seventh one is biocontrols which we are using in Trichoderma viridi, Bavaria bassiana, Trichogama cars, and lures. And eighth one is like permaculture, which is similar to forest. And ninth one is a traps. As a trap plants, we are using marigold and corn. We are using light traps to attract insects, and by border plantations and also companion plants, and we are using repellent plants as some traps. Few advantages of global organic farming methods are we could improve the soil health, and we could improve the microbial activity in the soil. The topsoil will be saved.
Sorry for interruption. This slide you can skip, sir. Go directly into your experiences.
Yes, fine. As per my experience, when any farmer in a chemical farming, if they have gone through with any pestle attack or insect attack, they will take a sample of the plant to the chemical shop and ask for the remedy, and the shopkeeper will be given a simple chemical and ask him to spray. When coming to organic farmer, we need to be very cautious when regarding with the pest control and nutrition management. Let us say, for example, if a organic farmer get any pestle attack or any virus, if we do not have any stock management, he will be suffered, because most of the ingredients which we use in the organic farming could be prepared at least for the 3 days or fermentation of 6 days or 7 days. by then the plant will be suffered a lot and we may lose the crop also. So that the stock management of the pesticides and nutrients in organic farming is very much need of the day, and for that we need a proper knowledge how much of the stock is to be maintained for how many acres and for how many days it could be stocked. In that I have prepared a table. In the slide you can see the Korean natural farming. These are the ingredients which we use, and the dosage is clearly mentioned. If we need to spray this much of dosage, we need to keep stock for the 90 plant. I have mentioned a 90 days crop. I have mentioned 120 days crop, and as well as 4 months and 6 months crop. This is the stock management we could be maintained. When coming to system of practices to be done in organic field, the pest sprays are to be done in no moon days and the nutrition sprays on the full moon day, and the compost for the land is given for the every 30 days. It comes like this. If we take day 1 as a no moon day, and for every 5 days we will be giving a spray. On the 5th day we will be giving a nutrition. On the 15th day, which is the full moon day again, we will be spraying the nutrition. On the 20th day we will be spraying the pesticide. On the 25th day we will be giving nutrition and spraying the nutrition. On the 20th day, which is the no moon day, we will be spraying the pest. It is according to the biodynamic method. We are following these kind of practices to be precautionary, and most of the pesticide spray will also be helpful for the plant as a nutrition as well. And this is the Jivamritam unit for the drip irrigation. I have invented this. You can see 1000 liters tank. You can see this 1000 liters tank. If you switch on turn on the motor, we could fill the tank from the top, and we will mix all the ingredients, required ingredients in Jivamritam, 50 kgs of cow dung, 50 liters of cow urine, and 10 kgs of jaggery, 10 kgs of some basin into that, and some 1 kg of soil, microbial rich soil. After fermenting it for the 5 days, we will leave it still for 12 hours. So, we had arranged 2-inch pipe at the bottom and 1-inch pipe, leaving the 25% from the bottom. After leaving still for the 12 hours, if you open the 1-inch pipe, with the gravity, it will flow to the bottom, which have arranged another 1000 liters drum underneath in the ground level. So that one stage of filtration is done by the gravity, and second stage of filtration is at the pipe. We have arranged a screen filter here, and I have arranged a motor. Through motor, the prepared Jivamritam will be sucked by this sucked by this pipe, and this pipe goes into the main drip unit, and it will mix the prepared Jivamritam. And here is a fifth filter, which is called screen filter, which is already installed by the drip irrigation unit. By this, 5 stages of irrigation filtering unit filtration will be done. And when coming to slurry, which is sediment, which is about 200 liters, if you open the bottom tab, 2-inch tab, it will flow towards the another direction, and we can use that slurry to mix into the compost, mix into the cow dung, so that the cow dung will be prepared as a Ganajivamritam 2 within 45 days. When coming to marketing, I have initially suffered a lot. Very few products used to come. I need to be focused in agriculture to learn new methods. So that I have formed some table and chart to follow. Just a moment. I'll share that.
Pratik sir, are you done?
No, I want to share some Excel. Just searching how to share. Just a moment. Yeah. Yes.
Close చేసి Excel open.
So have prepared an Excel to make my life easy as a farmer. I'm doing vegetable marketing on my own. I have took a sample size of 50 families and I have prepared a chart. What's the requirement for the 50 families? It goes on like that. If we take a brinjal, the requirement of the brinjal is 50. Can you see the Excel?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, fine. When you take brinjal, if the requirement of 50 families is let us say 50, let us say chili 20 kgs, tomato 60 kgs, and bitter gourd is 30 kgs, and the bottle gourd is 30 kgs, and so on like that. If my requirement is this, I have calculated that how much area is required and in how many cents I could grow those vegetables. By the help of Tamil Nadu University website, I took the average yield of these crops and reduced the crop average by 25% as we are doing in organic methods. I have got a calculation. If the average yield of brinjal is, let us say, 12 tons, we need to divide it when we divide it and calculate it, the number of required cents is 18. If the requirement of brinjal is, let us say, 100 kgs for alternate day, the required cents, number of cents is changed to 37 cents, right? And in this formula, we can also see that how many kgs of production we could pick in the entire season and how many plants could be sown if it is done in a square format, and how many plants could be sown if we take in a triangular format, and what is the distance we need to sow, if it is in a centimeters, if it is in a feet, and what is the lifespan, and what is the nursery stage, and how many days it will be in the field, and how many days it comes in the fruiting stage, and on how many days we can pick the harvest, and all this done by myself in an Excel. And I have adopted 10 vegetables, and I have been doing crop rotation in my 5 acres field. So every alternate day, I'm picking 200 to 250 kgs of different varieties of vegetables, and doing my own marketing in 3 clusters of gated communities successfully, and I'm able to earn 3 to 5,000 per every alternate day as on date. This is my marketing experience. If we could club with another 2 to 3 farmers as a FPC or FPO, we could do much more. This is my future plan. And thank you for giving the opportunity for the panel members, and I thank you for giving the knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excellent. And your caution on the maintenance of the stock of inputs for crop cultivation as a must is well taken. And also the Excel sheet and the plan you have prepared for marketing is also very good. So it helps all the budding entrepreneurs. So thank you so much, sir. And I request all the panelists to stay online. And I request all the audience, please put your questions in the chat box or you can ask them directly. Now the session is open for discussion, please. Pratik sir, can you please? Yeah, thank you, Pratik sir.
Welcome.
So one question.
Dr. Vasanta, shall I proceed to ask one question?
Sure, sir. Sure, Madhababu sir.
Yeah. So, very good evening to the esteemed panelists and also the participants. So, I am Dr. Madhubabu. I am working as a professor and HOD in the College of Agriculture, Rajendra Nagar. So, it was a good presentation by all the panelists, and also the recent presenter has given a practical experience and outcome of practicing this natural farming and all. So my question is actually because as you are aware many things about natural farming, I have been hearing and I don't have any rich experience in this and all. So, but I have some doubts, sir. Actually, it is very true that we have to cut short of the impurities that are going into human food system, because of which we are talking now about the organic farming and also natural farming. So as of now, being worked with the farmers more than 20 years, and I had some experience. Usually when we talk about organic farming, we gradually advise them, make them to reduce the chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and also to increase the application of organic manure to the soil. As we know that soil should be healthy for more and more years, otherwise we have a lot of threat in the future that these soils are going to be spoiled, and also it will adversely affect the human health. So coming to the point, sir, suppose we are talking about when we were in the 1950s, we were not in a position to produce sufficient food grains to meet the food requirements of the population. So as we know that gradually we are habituated to apply more and more fertilizers for having more and more yield. So that is good that. So it is like, in Telugu it is called as Shruti Minchadam, like, adding more and more pesticides and fertilizers to the crops is making a lot of nuisance to the human health. So in this context, when we talk about natural farming, so I would like to know from the esteemed panelists that, so how we compensate the yield. So for example, in future again, so we are going to have a lot of enhancement in the population also. So we have to take care both. We have to reduce the chemical residues in the food chain, and also at the same time, the food production also should be increased. So in this context, what is your opinion? Any panelist can please kindly just suggest me and clear my doubt.
Well, I can answer for Dr. Babu question. So there are two important things. One is destination. Another one is the pathway. So our aim is to produce more, then we can continue, don't worry about these things. Our aim is to have a quality food, safe food, then we can think of the potential areas where we can, where the ecosystem is less disturbed, where we can attempt in those areas where low input, low management systems are being followed, right? That we should be very clear. We are not recommending in no way as a scientist, we are recommending the whole farming into natural farming. So step by step, we should form step-by-step approach, and we should form a roadmap. As all on a sudden stopping everything, we will end up with the things that is going on in the neighboring country, right? So we should plan, meticulously plan where the organic carbon status is more than 1%, where the soil organic matter is more than 5%, and fringes of the forest, and where the traditional knowledge is more, especially from the tribal community, and also the long-term this shifting cultivation is being practiced. Especially recently, last week I visited the Impal and also part of the Sikkim and all, where almost 90% of the ecosystem is not disturbed at all. So in our production system, the forest, semi-forest, and also man-made forest, and also more frequently tilled ecosystem should be there. We are not promoting that the exclusive no-till system or exclusive production system wherein no external input is used, not like that. So my kind submission to the scientists, so we have to go step by step scientifically in such a way that the productivity and also nutritional security and also soil quality, everything will go hand in hand. So that should be the approach. For which the government is assigning all the tasks to the scientists, and also we are also helping the policymakers to come a decision, to arrive a decision that these are all the potential crops, because some of the crops doesn't need much of the inputs. You know that. So that crops can be prioritized, and those ecosystems which are having the potential to produce more in a forest-based ecosystem where the preferential tree species or shrub species is not fruit and trees. So you can think of planting there, right? So the productivity where no fruit crops, no food-based crops are in existence, rather we increase the production in that area, particular area, while taking care of the natural resource base. This is my response.
Mr. Prakash, sir, you have motivated many farmers. Can you answer this question, like how yield compensation can be done?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, natural farming is a everyday experience, because every day we are coming to a new practice and new POP, and every season we are validating our POPs depending upon the farmer's practice. Here, my experience is the first year of practice, we have taken some of the farmers where we have directly involved in taking of the package, and we have seen there is a reduction of yield. And the next year, we have taken up some of the nutritional decoctions, like what I said is fish amino acid at the time of flowering and milky stage, and we have sprayed Panchagavya, where those inputs have attributed to the gap which was earlier seen in the reduction of the yield. So day by day, the POPs are being developed, and if we go for the best POPs and the perfect POP, surely we are getting on par with the chemical. Here the thing is, we are saying that the organic carbon is reduced across the state is less than 0.3, and we are having still 30 years farming in this scenario of chemical farming. So the best answer we have as of now is natural farming, but I want to say it is not to take the whole area into natural farming. Let us go in a paced manner, because there is a lot of misnomer among the public or in the university or among the scientists also, that if we go for a natural farming, how we are going to feed the mouths of the great populations. So surely there is allopathy, there is homeopathy and other things. Go for the best options or the best POPs under natural farming. Out of the passion, some of the farmers will come forward and they can go for the natural farming, and they can become a good entrepreneur. Like we have seen Pratik, who has started with 1 or 2 acres. Now he has gone for 5 acres. At least a few people or few entrepreneurs can come forward if we give a perfect POP under natural farming. Here the thing is, it is not the reduction of the yield. We have to think of the soil health also and the environmental crisis also, so that we can come out of the future, what is the threat among the environment also.
Sir, here, as you are saying about the fish amino acids and also the Korean natural farming practices that involves the application of the fruit juices and all. So to what extent we can recommend in a bigger scale or a mass scale, sir? So, and that is one question. And another thing is, this involves a huge amount of work from the farmer's side. It needs hard work. So from your experiences, can you please explain whether the farmers are ready to take up such kind of hard work?
Here, the farmer is looking of the ready-made input. Once we supply the input, farmer is ready to take up the thing. So here, the APCNF activity under the headmanship of the RVSS.
Supplying of inputs means again
Yes.
purchasing externally. That increases the cost of cultivation.
No. Here, the fish amino acid, it is just the waste of fish, which is available in the village itself, because there is a Tuesday market or Sunday market where 10 to 20 kgs or 50 kgs will be easily available. Fish waste will be available, and the jaggery mixer can be made depending upon the availability of the waste. The people are the community cadre is pulling up all those waste material in and around the villages and nearby markets also, and they are preparing. And some of the things like Saptadanya Purakashayam, a simple mixture of 7 seeds, sprout seeds, they are made into a paste and they are sprayed also. It also showing somewhat gain in the seed weight also, so that if there is any gap in the yield, what type of solutions we can come across in gaining the yields, we have to take up from the university side also. Because the POPs as of now are being evolved from the farmer side. If we take the same POP and go for a study at the research station or somewhere in the fields of farmers by a scientist, he will be having a better knowledge of where we can go for a better addition of some of the NF inputs so that it will gain the yield.
Okay, sir. And there is one question in the chat box. Everyone in society realized the value of natural farming. Then why it has not been spread on a rapid pace? Why it is not moving rapidly?
It's also a good question, ma'am, because now the whole India is going with the slogan of save soil. And everybody, all the foundations are coming forward and they're going in big marathons like that. Everybody will speak up of the save soil, but ultimately the people or the stakeholders are the farmers who have to think of the soil and they have to practice. So here all the sectors have to come in hand to hand, and everybody has to put up their total energies in pacing of this natural farming. Surely farmer is is waiting for the best technologies to take up the natural farming. As everybody is very keen in taking up the natural farming, but the implementation part, there are gaps. Because now we are just within, after the Modi sir has come forward to take up the natural farming across the country, now the universities are also coming forward to take a study. Earlier it was not happened, so it is a good sign. So in the coming years, we can say the best POPs can be evolved from the universities also, and the same thing can be spread to the extension system of the agriculture department. And the mayonnaise is also coming forward. They are giving a lot of motivation to the Gram Pradhans who are the through the master trainees and other things. Future is, I think, in the coming 4 to 5 years, major chunk of the area will be converted into natural farming, because the farmer and every stakeholder is worried about the soil and the climate change. But in making of the policies, I think there are some crux. Unless we make certain policy decisions, we cannot ensure that it will happen in a bigger way.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, actually, for the mass awareness, actually you need a policy support. Now, as we all know that Government of India is giving a lot of policy support and programmatic intervention, funding support. Definitely, there will be large scale adoption will be there. Second thing is, in our study, we we analyzed that there is average farm holding in the study area is 2.84 acres, out of which the average size of the farm, the land holding practiced by natural farming is 1.77 acre. Is only the farmers are practicing natural farming. When we interacted, why you not, if you feel that it is more good and it is good for cultivation.
Balasubramanian sir, sorry
Yes.
for interruption.
Yeah.
The mother of all the problems here is, the crux of the issue here is, the availability of the land for farming is shrinking. The availability of the land for the common farming, whether it is chemical or non-chemical, is shrinking. Most of the land nowadays is diverted towards real estate, housing, industries, and different kinds of constructions. So how best we can accommodate this natural farming in the arena of shrinking the land availability for the farming? That is the crux of the issue. How best we could able to answer this question? That's what we require. Isn't it? Balasubramanian sir.
Yes, sir. Land holding anyway, it is very, very less. Within the land holding also, they are not practicing.
Not land holding, not land holding. Land as such available in our country,
Yeah.
which is fit for agriculture, is coming down.
Sure.
So
I will try to answer for this question.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. You see, I will answer in two different ways. One is scientific. Another thing is in the from the past history, traditional knowledge. First and foremost, if you adopt a mixed farming and multi-storied farming approach, utilizing the maximum extent of the solar energy, not allowing a photon of energy to reach the soil, then you will have more harvest per unit area. That is proven. Scientific validation, scientific evidences are there. If you go for a multi-tier system or multi-storied system, then effective utilization of all the resources, including the soil, solar energy, all the other components of the atmosphere, and also, but interestingly, recently we have taken some experimentation on how the different nutrients are being harvested through different rains. So for example, rain that is received during June, July brings a lot of nitrogen to the crop. That's why our forefathers said that you start the agriculture program during the month of June, July. Like that, there are 21 nutrients right of now. As I was doing BSc agriculture in 89 or so, there were 16 nutrients. I hope Dr. Bala also know that. So recently they say 21. Before I retire, they say 27. I just correlate these 27 nutrients with the 27 stars. That 12 rasis, we used to say in Tamil, that is 2.5 per nakshatra. So each rain, there are about 9 rainy months in any agroclimatic zone, most preferably in tropical situations, subtropical situations, to a certain extent semi-arid also. So 9 months, 3 rains per month. Usually the king asks the prime minister how many rains per day to start the discussion of the farm session in any programs of everyday's program, I say. He says 3 rains. That 1 rain for such people, 1 rain for these people, 1 rain for that people. 1 rain for good law and governance, 1 rain for the good prayers and also the activities in the religious sector, 1 for the chastity and also goodness of the women. So all the 3 rains. Why there is not much rain in a particular area? Then the answer is with us, right? So the 27 rains may have 27 nutrient harvest, and in biological system, in a natural system, no crop is expecting anything from any organisms. In fact, the coordination of all organisms, including the human being, is very, very important. Earthworm should does its activity, man has to do in favor of nature, not disturbing the nature itself is a favor. You are not just destroying the nature itself is a favor. And traditionally, we know that if you take 1 session of food, you are yogi. 2 sessions, you are bogi. You are having surplus money, you are taking 2 times. And 3 sessions, you are rogi, that is disease. And 4 sessions, somebody is taking, it is drogi, you are taking others' food. So, similarly, if you restrict the food style, if you change your lifestyle, according to the nature, according to, because everybody will, nature is tempted to give whatever you need, not your greed. So, we are nowadays, I feel, don't mistake me, We are greedy. We want to take more and more and more, inviting lot of problems. So all the component, we are also a component of the ecology. We are also a component of the ecosystem. Don't try to dominate. Don't think that others are your servant. It's not so. So we understand the natural laws, understand the agroecology, then many things will get solved. So you aim for a good food, a small quantity of food can give abundant energy. That is sufficient for your everyday activity. Even some of the activities you do in open field or open nature, in the open environment, will bring a lot of oxygen. After all, what do you need? For hemoglobin to become oxyhemoglobin. You require oxygen only. That is why our saint and other, some of the people who live long, just take the air and survive. You take the food things and then converting into energy and then providing oxygen to ourselves. Instead, if you have the power to take, that is on other side, spiritual side. Don't think that I belong to any religion or something like that. So just I am telling what our forefathers does. So try to have a good lifestyle, have a safe food, and live along with nature. That's what I say. Everything is possible. Even the stability of the rice that is grown under natural environment. Say, for example, the traditional varieties that we grow in Tamil Nadu, more than 172 varieties, farmers are growing all the time. They are giving very good. Even getting married, we need a variety called Mapale Chamba. Mapale means the male part of the thing. So when a male want to get married, he has to lift a stone that is kept in the center of the village that Dr. Balu may be knowing. Ilamaikal, they used to say youth stone. He has to lift. Based on the body weight, the stones will be there. If he lift and throw backside, then only he will get married. He has to control the bull. Then only he will get married. If such examinations are conducted, almost 90% of the people will not get married. So the bigger stamina, strength, everything gone. Now we are talking much about the bulkiness of food. Kindly reconsider. Kindly reconsider the question poster. That's my submission.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Muralidhara, sir, I think you have posed one question regarding the identification of quality organic inputs products. You can go ahead with your question, Muralidhara, sir.
Agriculture University has validated so many organic products. Some of the farmers, I think, Mr. Pratik also mentioning about Panchagavya, fish amino acid, they are all organic, for supporting organic. Right? For natural production system, we never recommend any fixed thing. Even these 4 things we say.
Somasundaram, sir, you can just put off your video so that network improves. Okay, Muralidhara, sir, please go ahead with your question. Please unmute yourself.
Just one question. At district level, we are not able to get any organic, we are not sure whether we get a genuine organic products or not. We don't have any information regarding any organic vegetable or fruit, any organic product supplier at district level in Karnataka.
Okay, any one of the panelists?
I think, sir, actually, this question is there both producers and also consumers also. That's what actually producers also telling that we are producing, but consumers are suspecting that whether our products are produced organically or naturally. So consumer also, while buying, they have a suspicion. That's what they could not able to market. Actually, organic product, there is a well established certification process. It is already available. For natural product, it is not there. But natural products also in Himachal Pradesh, they have some kind of, they formed some kind of single star, double star, 3-star product based on the practices they are following and since when they are practicing. So department, because entire extension activities of Atma is only on natural farming in Andhra, Himachal Pradesh. So to start with, they are already certifying the product. They are not certifying, they are giving one letter. So and so is producing natural farming under our supervision. And they are giving some letter, and also they are supporting the farmer for marketing their product, and so with some kind of foldable marketing yard also. So with their they are projecting their letter given by the Department of Agriculture, so that it is based on the belief they are buying. Actually, currently they started now. Even you can in Telangana also CSA the Center for Sustainable Agriculture, they do not have a formal certification. But because they are telling that it is under our supervision, these products are produced by naturally. So institutional marketing, they are coming to various institute and we are all buying based on the the credibility of the organization they are enjoying.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And regarding this, either Prakash or Pratik, can you please answer any certification procedure is there for natural farming products also in your place? If it is there, how it differs from the organic farming? And can you please explain the procedure of this certification?
There are few.
After implementing the project for 4 years now, the government is very particular about the certification because there is a lot of scope for marketing, and some of the agencies like Shrestha Organics and TTD is also coming forward to take the produce. And now the PGS system was evolved because as Subramanian sir told, CSA is acting as a regional nodal agency for certifying these farmers into the PGS certification. So now the PGS certification is going on with duly involving the SHG members and practicing farmers, and the produce like Bengal gram and other requirements of the TTD are in the pipeline of the supply from this season. And from the next year, all the requirements of the TTD were shared to the RVSS, and now cluster-wise targets were given for producing this, and the certification is also being made through CSA, and it is going to supply to the various agencies. And parallelly, some of the private organizations, they are going on their own certification through NOP also, like Shrestha Organics, they are going for nearly 1,000 farmers in Srikakulam. They have own certification method, and they are going for Samba Masuri paddy production, and they are converting into value addition. They are making into rice, and they are selling through their own outlets. So now the system is now very particular about the certification and the marketing after 3 years of journey on the mass conversion of the farmers.
So this PGS certification is present with organic farming as well. So how it differs from the natural farming, sir?
Here, organic or natural, both here we are not seeing it as a separate.
Okay.
That's the thing happening because purely we are not adopting the methods of organic. It is a what, sir? Any question?
No, your voice is breaking, sir.
Okay.
Please repeat.
Here we are not adopting purely the methods of organic. We are mixing the methods of Palekar, natural farming methods, and organic methods, so that it is free from chemicals. That is the thing happening. So NOP or PGS, as of now, it is both natural farming or organic. PGS certification is going on.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And there is one question from Ibransa, sir, from, I think it's from Kudimian Malai. Sir, are you online? He posted one question that...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
How are you, sir?
Fine, ma'am. Fine.
Please go ahead, sir.
Fine. So my question is that, is there any protocol or quality protocol for inputs used in the natural farming or organic farming? Is there available in India for testing these items? That is my question, because many farmers or many scientists are saying that the inputs used in the organic farming or natural farming are containing more amount of heavy metals that will hamper the some biological activities also. That should also be tested. We are estimating some heavy metals in fertilizer, inorganic fertilizer in this as per the FCO. Is there any protocol for natural farming for organic inputs. That is my question, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Any panelist may kindly answer for this, including my classmate, Dr. Somasundaram.
Somasundaram, sir, are you online? Okay. So either in Telangana or in Andhra Pradesh, are they following any protocols?
So there is no such protocols from the government side, sir. As per my experience from the farmer side, as per our experience, we have made few protocols and supplying nutrition and spray schedules. As there are many kinds of methods available in organic globally, there is no particular protocol available here in India.
But in natural farming, actually, there is no external input is suggested. Actually, it is all farm-based, farm-generated input only. So I think it need to be developed. Actually. Prakash, you have anything to add?
Yeah, yes, sir. Here, with regard to the protocol of various preparations, generally in the natural farming products, all the preparations, as far as my knowledge, they doesn't contain any heavy metals, because the preparations which are used for pesticide spray or fungicide or for nutrient enhancement, all these may not contain these heavy metals. And unless if a fish waste which is collected from a pond which is fed with some chemical, it may come out with some of the heavy metals like lead or something like that. Otherwise, most of the components they doesn't contain any heavy metals. And with regard to the preparation also, the composition is already prescribed in some of the books as per the research from the TNAU or from the Palekar methods. And some changes are also done in the composition also. For example, if you take the preparation of Agnastra, there is a specific composition of that chili paste or garlic or neem or tobacco twigs like that. In order to increase the efficacy, they are increasing the quantities so that it will have a better control. As I told earlier, every season it's an experience. Every time we are seeing the change in the protocols, change in the compositions. So it has to be validated. Unless it is validated, as these type of discussions, they will be going on, but finally we may not come out with a good result. That's what I want to share.
Yeah, I have one point to add here, sir, because there are learned panelists here actually. So in our Indian conditions, what happened? If you wanted to bring it to the commercial level by standardizing a product, so from any university, whatever it may be, it is coming to the commercial level, especially these things. We have to be very careful. For example, I'm having rooftop garden on my second floor, my home. Once I went to the garden to purchase some plants, and there itself they are selling organic, that is vermicompost. So with beautiful packing and label and all. So once I brought that and applied and mixed with the soil in the pot, something like that. So when I pour the water, some sort of oily thing is coming down. And naturally that plant is died. So I came to know that in the name of organic, that is vermicompost, they have added some industrial waste. So these things are happening. So in these situations, standardizing the products is one thing, and commercializing the product is one thing, and we have to ensure the quality of the product, especially we are talking about these preparations. That is very much required. This is my opinion.
Okay, Prakash sir, to my knowledge, many of the organic products or these natural farming products like Dravajivamrit, Ganajivamrit, Panchagavya, and many of the leaf extracts were standardized by TNAU. So next time you can make use of them, sir.
That's what I said. The things
here I want to add some points.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
The thing is, we
Sir, please
start
switch off.
validating. Yeah, we start validating one particular product. Say, for example, Pantagavia. Audible? Am
Yes,
I
sir,
audible,
you are
madam?
audible. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. If we start validating Panchagavya based on the traditional knowledge, Vriksha Ayurveda or Surabal, this lot of Kannada Lokapara, lot of things are there. So then the farmer, he says, I am adding toddy, I am adding grape juice, I am adding such and such things. So as a scientist, we are more concerned about the availability of inputs before mixing. That is, if ghee is not available for human being, we understand. Many of the people are not affordable to ghee. It is more than 500 rupees per liter. Then we are trying to find out the alternative for ghee, some of the oil cake, something like that. So we start validating Panchagavya to one point and bringing it as a commercial product, as Dr. Madhu Babu sir was telling. So we take care of we have advanced instruments like ICP, indirectly coupled plasma, LC-MS, MS, etc. to trace out all the pesticide residues, heavy metals, mycotoxins, etc., etc. A lot of things are there, contaminants. And finally, we suggest a product. Then if it products comes to the market, he says that my product is superior. Some NGO says, some FPO says. What I suggest, this organic farming, when you want to practice, make it as a bio village. A person who is not actively involved in agriculture can take the responsibility of producing a quality input. Methodology is available. Even you can refer our website, all the procedures are available. So you start using the quality inputs from the known sources. As told by Dr. Madhuji, that city refuge, municipal waste compost, if you produce, you are rather inviting problem than safeguarding your health. Because the heavy metals from the unknown ecosystem, the better harvested as grass or as a green or as a vegetable, and then it comes to your plate. Ultimately, a good person, healthy person will become a kidney patient. Am I right? So this is a bioremediation. Also, we are doing the mistake. We are harvesting the biomass from the water bodies which are highly polluted and contaminated, and putting it as a green manure or green stuff to the growing ecosystem, and then incorporating so that the microorganism in the soil, if appropriate microorganism is not there to detoxify all the contaminants, then it will enter into the food system, food web, and ultimately we end up with disorders. So many times, if organic inputs from unknown sources produces lot of troubles than what you are taking the fruits and vegetables in the market. This is my humble opinion. So we should be very cautious in sourcing the raw materials for the inputs and also taking it to the next step. So I advise and recommend that a bio village should be identified where the pollutants, the possible sources of contamination should be minimized. Contamination control should be there. All in the villages should be a part of the system, participatory approach. We have to sensitize the village that your village will become the first natural village. Whatever that comes from your village will have a global value. Even the Hariali grass or the Cynodon or the sedges, all will have the value. Because all our native Indian weeds are having the therapeutic value. They are all herbs, right? Don't try to kill in the name of weeds, right? Using weedicides and all. Totally the microfauna diversity will go up. At the end, our next generation will not be aware of it. They don't have the remedy. We need to depend on overseas for everything. For any small cost, we have to depend on them. India is known for rich in biodiversity, and national-wise, we are the wealthy people in biodiversity. One point of time, if we advocate, we start slowly approaching towards nature, then the biodiversity will help to sustain. In African countries, no grass is grown as a food, but they are surviving. They are the richest people in the country. We are producing food for many countries, but we are the poorest. Our farmers are very poorest. So because we give major share of our income to agricultural inputs and remaining earning small meager earning to the medicine field, maternity, pharmaceuticals, etc., etc. Kindly get sensitized. As a scientist, we all should know. We all know that the production, productivity, everything will be at stake at the initial level. But the template should be filled. The template we have organic carbon, organic soil organic matter and beneficial micro count, all microflora and fauna in the soil web, soil life. We try to provide food for the soil life in terms of carbon, in terms of other biomass and all. Naturally, they does the function of providing nutrient. They are the part and parcel of the invisible part of our nutrient cycles. Take carbon cycle, take nitrogen cycle, whatever be the cycle, nitrosomonas, nitrobacters, all these probiotic pseudomonads, if they are not there, how your nutrient will reach to the, made it available to the labile pool and to the roots? Consider this. As a biological scientist, we should get sensitized. If you increase the organic carbon status, that is the proven information from forest, where the peat and muck soils having more than 20 to 30% organic matter. That's why whatever the seed that fall, it become a plant. So our forefather, they used to carry the seeds on their belly in a small cloth mount, and they rush to take care of the pre-monsoon showers, right? As a pre-monsoon showing in the rainfed ecosystem. While running, they will sprinkle some of the seeds. While returning after sowing, they will see the seeds are getting sprouted, getting germinated. That much wealthy soil we have. We are just eating the soil for the unborn child. That is the right for the unborn child. Kindly take that information to your new generation, young generation, so that if they are sensitized, they will take care of. Don't try to say that productivity will go, how will it feed the billion mouths? You are feeding a poisonous food, gentleman. You are not giving a good food. Are you sure that you are taking? If you say any product from any source, I can tell what are all the contamination. Otherwise, you refer the website Satavik Farms. They are updating every 3 months what are the pollutants that are present in your food. So taking more food, taking more poison. This is my concern.
Sundaram sir, as you rightly said, still there is a lot of what you call differential opinions between organic farming and natural farming. The natural farming, as you rightly said, it promotes the local microfauna and flora, and then microbial life within the soil. And only with that, we want to make the nutrients which are not in available form in the available form to the plant. So basically now there is a what you call a discussion going on. The carbon footprint and carbon trade would be less if we go for natural farming than as compared to organic farm. And again,
what type of input for used for organic farming, what to be used for natural farming, don't worry about that. Use biological inputs in different colors, green color, yellow color, dark brown color, black color, gold color, whatever available. You stop using agrochemicals, you introduce all these things. Later on, slowly let us go for fine tuning. That is the approach. That should be the approach. Don't fighting with the natural farming and organic farming. You should not use FIM. Then these greenhouse gases are coming. Then FIM will go to some other country. Now the cow dung is exported as a large tube-shaped ropes to Middle East and also European countries. They are well aware of what is the value of our cow dung.
Cow dung.
It's rich in phenylacetic acid. We use phenyl as a synthetic. We use acetic acid as a synthetic, as a preservative. Phenyl as a disinfectant. If it is naturally available from our cow source or animal source or bovine source, we ignore it.
Ignore it. Yes.
Food on hand will be ignored, and food in the ship is being valued. That is the thing. So I am not in favor of any farming natural. I worked for the past 30 years organic farming, and now all the organic farmers I trained are now natural farmers. Don't do anything. Man is the inevitable disturbance to your farming system. That is my that is the thing that is observed by me. So you do little harm to the nature, doing more harm to the nature, and finally one day they will put a big board or poster that he has reached the foot of nature. How it accepts you? In Tamil we call it as இயற்கைக்கு நிறைய தொந்தரவு பண்ணிட்டு இயற்கை எழுதினார்னு ஒரு போர்டு வைப்பான். இயற்கை எப்படி உங்களை ஏத்துக்கும்? You do all the nonsense. But sensitize. Mostly the educated people should sensitize the illiterates that don't put any unwanted thing into the ecosystem. Allow the weeds. Because my question to the August gathering, and many of the experienced farmers and field level workers are there. Did any weeds show symptom of chlorotic, necrotic, leaf curling, puckering, drying, dwarfing, rosetting, dotting, ting. No. We say that the soil is deficient of 9 nutrients.
Yes.
I accept the facts also. It is deficient. Report says we sample and starting from zinc to how the weeds are browsing. We take that message as a biotechnological tool. Weed roots should be taken as a tool, and we have to culture. We have to synthesize a plant material that is capable of browsing the micronutrient distributed all over at different layers, so that in such a way that the deficiencies can be well addressed. That should be our approach. Good people are there, bad people are there in a village. We have to slowly increase the number of good people, making use of the bad people as a messenger and also as a tool. Psychological approach is not to take all the bad peoples in a ship and then bury in a sea. That should not be that. We don't know the value of the component in natural ecosystem.
Yes.
If we know anything, the nature, why this weed is coming, this is the children of the soil. We have no right to kill the children and survive at the cost of their exit. So this lot of lifestyle. So natural farming. If you are posing one question whether the food is adequate, try to grow as much as possible in your small ecosystem. Dr. Madhubabu was telling the second floor he is creating, even with a cycle tire, with a center bamboo bowl, you can hang so many parts. One is mint, one is coriander, one is small, one or two grafted brincals. Like that you grow. You have small portion of your everyday food, sin free, from safe sources, recycling of your own kitchen waste. The bringing the foreign earthworms and then they are excavating, they are drilling, they are going into the deeper layer, bringing unwanted into the surface, hues and cries. Why? You create the ecosystem with rich in carbon, then soil life will automatically get multiplied. Say for example, in a square meter, we say that a normal soil should contain 400 earthworms. At present, in organic soil, more than 10 years practice is having 40 earthworms. 40 earthworm, each earthworm will go 10 times up and 10 times down without knowing where it is going. Then 40 into 20 per square meter, 800. Into 10,000, 8 lakhs holes. Every day it produces 8 lakh holes. What is the need for tilling? Would you be able to make using any plow to produce 8 lakh holes? That too micro and macro holes in a soil or ecosystem? Absolutely not possible. As an agronomist, I know that. Rather, you disturb and also you leave the previous crop residue to get decayed in the system itself. Then it will produce microtunnels. Where come the running water, falling water will run? No chance at all. The falling water will not run, the running water will not walk, the walking water will not be still. Right? These things, soil and water conservation will automatically come. If you correct the small things in a natural ecosystem, then everything, nature will come forward. If you extend a hand, many hands will come to you. That is the understanding. Something cannot be explained and experimented scientifically, needs validation, means my life will not be sufficient. 30 years required to validate the technology and bring a balanced organic or natural seed system or seed progenies. Requires a fixed procedures are there. So kindly understand, right now to take up a good thing, we need to start with what is the point that is there. Not going back, because many of the traditional knowledges are validated over a period of time. Milk is a very good virus inhibitor. There are so many plants which have anti-fedon and repellent value. If you allow the plants to grow in your ecosystem, then that will take care of the pests and predators. Right? If it is not available, you try to create a consortia of all these herbal or cafeteria of these herbs in a unutilized land. Allow your plant unless it is disturbing you. Don't kill it. Don't control it. This is the understanding in nature. So we have to understand the destination is different in nature. All the components in the ecosystem will be healthy, safe, and also sustained. And the resources will be available for many number of generations. This is the understanding. The other destinations produce more and waste. So for your understanding, the discussions the past with the IRI scientists, one of the scientists working in IRI, He was previously my colleague. So this SRI system, three system you are calling, the morning Dean was telling. This was being tested in 1906 at Tamil Nadu. This has been documented in one of the Tamil journal. Some journal I will tell. Even if you enter into the ICR website or this IERI website, you can have a YouTube or a video of Dr. Subramanian. He is an entomologist, right? So that says that they produce from a single hill 250 to 300 tillers, lot of grains. They understood very, what I can say, very sensibly that exploitation of the soil is happening and there is not much of population to take it as a food. Why we should produce more tillers and more grains? Ultimately, we need to stop, and for keeping the buffer stock, we are incurring an expenditure. Currently, we are having the buffer stock. We are incurring an expenditure which is enough to produce another 100% what we are producing now. Friends, understand. Maintaining the buffer stock with a lot of sprays and chemicals, that will become I should not say, right, it is polluted fully. It is having some residues of the chemicals and that is being given us, that comes into public distribution system. Many times there is a chance for giving it as a cattle feed also in some of the places. Ultimately, it end up with your milk and other animal products or meat and other things. Then ultimately, now the memory power has gone. Now our energy level has gone, and almost many of the people are distressed because of the food. Food and feel go hand in hand. Unavum unarvum onna pogum, travel pannum. If you take a very heavy food, then total day your activities will be rough and tough. We take a sattvic food. I don't say that I don't recommend any of the things from any base. Just based on observations and also the interactions with the farmers. Farmer good friends, I'm having a very big network. They are telling if you take a very acceptable and also safe food, your behavior will be very good. You will become a what I can say, a sensitizer for the society, a model for the society. So lot of things are interwoven. So we cannot, in the name of science, what is science? Silence is more powerful than science. This is my opinion. Right? What is search? What is research? Searching again, research. What was in existence? What is being in existence that we are searching? So if you start the program as well, told by one of the practitioner in the panel, that every day is a learning. So every day is a learning in the farming program. When you go towards nature, then you will taste a lot of things. Small plant extract will drive away a lot of things. Now the nano products has come. How come we go on speak about the volume of fertilizers, volume of things? Even the manure should not be added. The animal should be allowed to be a part of your farm should have a grazing area. The animal should freely move. Then only the conjugated linoleic acid. I'm not a veterinarian, but hearing from them. So that is the cause for cancer. Morning, the start of the discussion, the madam was telling about cancer and other things. We have the cancer. Everybody is having the malignancy and these cells. It is getting tuned or activated because of our food and also behavior and other etc. etc. So we need to have a very sustainable life and also a sustainable ecosystem. Only if we wherever possible, in whatever means, you grow some plants. You have your one session of food in a week exclusively out of your own farming. Cuba it is practicing. All the countries led with Cuba is number one organic state, organic country in the world. It's a model because the necessity is the mother of invention. So you try to spare your time. If husband and wife is fighting, I recommend in my rooftop garden classes, you grow rooftop plants. If husband is fighting with you, you go to the rooftop. After some time, he will come and water your plants. Then the problem will solve. No need for any counseling, paying a sitting fee of 3,000 rupees per hour and spoiling yourself. Right? They will try to exploit you. So these things, so many things cannot be explained in a short span of time. So I stop with this. Sorry, I'm taking much time.
No, not sorry, sir. Absolutely correct. What you have said is, and your words are quite inspiring for all the stakeholders of natural farming. And we got a lot of courage also after listening to you. Thank you so much, sir. Since we have no more questions in the chat box or directly from the participants, we would like to conclude this panel discussion on natural farming. Now I request Dr. K. Madhubabu sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Vasanta. So, respected Director of Extension, Dr. Sudharani ma'am, and esteemed panelists of today's program, Director EEI and other colleagues from Department of Agricultural Extension and also EEI, and all the participants who have participated from faraway places of the client states of EEI, and also the students. Very good evening to all of you. So it is my immense pleasure to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the panelists, starting from Dr. Balasubramanian sir, Director Manage, and also Dr. E. Somasundaram, Director ABD TNAU Coimbatore. And really, sir, your insights into the natural farming has made us to enlighten and also to know the real fact behind promoting the natural farming. And of course, Somasundaram sir, if we can just continue, he could able to share his experience for a very long time. And also Dr. Balasubramani is really taking up this initiative as per the guidelines of Government of India from Manage. Sir, we are really privileged to have both of your presence here in the panel discussion. And also really those people who are involved directly into the activity and also hands-on experience, it is very important. So in this case, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to K. Prakash Garu, ADA FTC Kakinada, as he has been involved in the program and promoting and directly in contact with the farmers. And I also really appreciate the interest and also the cost benefit ratio, and as well as how much he is earning and what is the impact of following this natural farming by Pratik Agripreneur. Really, I used to say that in these activities, what is important is one side the policymakers and government will be promoting as per the interests of the policymakers, and also what is important is important case studies. So of their success are going to really magnify the vision of the other farmers to follow it. So in this context, I would like to just quote one example. When I was working in the data center Nizamabad, Jagichal Research Station has released one paddy variety, that is 1798, JGL 1798, that was given as a mini kit culture to data center. And we started making, and then we started distributing to the farmers. And you believe me or not, within 2 years, even usually we practice it with the farmer and we will take the feedback and we will submit the same, communicate same thing to the research station. But meanwhile, thousands of acres has been spread with this 1798 culture. Because what I mean to say is, even it is good, if it is good, even if we won't say also, farmers quickly accept and promote it. So in this case, actually, the role of agripreneurs like Pratik is very much important. So I suggest and request Pratik to document success cases of all these natural farming cases, so that other farmers will be getting enlightened and they will be motivated. And I would like to especially thank and extend my sincere thanks to beloved Director of Extension, Dr. Sudharani ma'am. She is always proactive and also take part in these important activities, and she is also behind the department to promote the, because even so we insisted students also to participate. Why? Because these discussions are very much useful to the students. So in that case, ma'am always support our department and student also. Some researchable issues are very much important. So for that matter, ma'am, I am really very happy to extend my sincere thanks to make your time, because you are busy at university level always. So thank you very much, ma'am. And I would like to keep on record my appreciation to Dr. M. Jaganmohan Reddy, my friend and also colleague, and who always takes a lot of importance in this type of activities. అంటే తెలుగులో ఏమంటారంటే ఆయన పట్టుకుంటే వదలడు ఏదైనా, సో గట్టిగా పట్టుకుంటాడు, దాన్ని తాట తీసిందాక వదలడు ఆయన. సో దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ మై ఇంప్రెషన్ ఆన్ హిమ్, బికాస్ he will be after whatever is important, he never lose the grip. So that is the reason why I specially appreciate Dr. Jaganmohan Reddy and Vasanta, and also all the faculty who are behind this, and also all the committee members and SEP members who are members of this society. They are really very actively participating And I also thank all the esteemed participants who have taken their time and participated from all the client states, and some participants also from ICR, and also my own department students, even though they are busy with the different classes and they are in the process of finalizing the synopsis and all, and they could not say no, and they made it possible to participate in this important panel discussion. And finally, if I forgot someone, it is not intentional. So kindly excuse me, those who are directly, indirectly help the organizers to organize this program very nicely in a befitting manner. So the discussions were very fruitful, and definitely we are going to have some sort of outcome from this, so that we will have some sort of awareness among the needy people. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you very much. So while thanking all the members here, I thank Dr. Vasanta. Special thanks to Vasanta, because first time the EI has made the program live streamed through YouTube channel. So she made an effort, and as well as our senior technician Srinivas Razu has also made it possible that the first time the program of EEI as well as the Society of Extension Professionals has been live streamed, and Vasanta has taken initiative in this direction and has been materialized through Srinivas Razu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.